Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. See if everything's working right here. Looks like it is. Yeah, welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. As I said, this is my virtual trading journal. The principle is everything that I have on my two primary monitors here is captured in the video, and then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So that completes the recording for a completely transparent and accountable trading journal. I only trade live trades in the live real market, and I do not ever replay or use videos. So if that's of interest, that's the way this works. And obviously, I trade only vetted setups, which have a positive expectancy or edge, whatever you want to call it. And I anticipate them setting up. If they do and there's a trigger, I take the trade, and then a management. If there's no setup, no trigger, there's no trade. That's how it works. It's not a video game or gambling or, gunslinging, which is clicking the mouse for entertainment purposes. So this is actually trading. Having said all of that, of course, I am not licensed to provide, nor do I intend to provide trade or financial advice. There's a disclaimer in this description here, so please read that. But what good would my trading journal be if I don't record my trades? So it's kind of a, dilemma here, but this is what I do. So here's our overnight. First and foremost, there's the open, and here we are. It's about 125 handles. Of course, I did the Globex stream, and this is where that ended up when I shut her down, and then this happened. Incredible. Timing is everything, huh? So let's get on to the business at hand. I think I got the disclaimer done. I've got the theory of the virtual trading journal. Oh, one other thing. Notice that I stream the entire monitor, not just the application. So you can always see any program that's open or available, and the system to the second and the date. So that all ties together with Bookmap and IRT, and stop and think about it. Who would I be trying to kid? This is my journal. Why would I try to make it phony? I'm not a internet or a YouTube influencer. I am a trader, and this is my journal. So let's move on to the numbers for the day. Well, we do have some out today for a change. We're going to have the S&P PMIs out at 8:45 here. We've got ADP unemployment at 7:15, which is done and dusted. And now we're going to have the S&P PMI services, manufacturing, and composite out at 8:45. So be aware of that. And those are 3-star numbers. This is investing.com, which is my go-to source. Maybe make that easier. My original news source. And the reason I like it is they only report and track typical economic reports and numbers. By the way, Alan Greenspan passed away yesterday at 100. So condolences to him and his family. But I mean, at 100 years old, I suppose it was to be expected, and had quite an impact. If you don't know who he is, you should check it out. He was a Fed chair for a long time. He was the first Fed chair that I actually started watching. They used to, back in the days before the internet, or when the internet was just getting going, but not all of this live real-time stuff, he used to come to testify before Congress, and the CNBC or CN, what is it called? The reporters would, CNBC, would judge what he was going to say or his impact by the thickness of his briefcase. I mean, how ridiculous is that? But that's what they did. And he would testify before Congress, and he had quite an extensive and very, very comprehensive vocabulary. And he would give his speech, and you could tell by the look of the Congress people that were listening to it, they didn't understand half the words he said. It used to be really funny. But Alan Greenspan passed away yesterday at 100. So there you are. And so anyway, here's our news. You can subscribe to this or filter it in any way that you want for whatever reports that you want or whatever zone or country you're in. And also notice over here that when you hover over an event title, it turns to a URL. So if you don't know what the S&P Global Services PMI is, you can click that link, see the recent releases, and find out all about it. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice. Essentially because as opposed to investing.com, they do pull non-typical economic reports or potential risk events into their calendar if they can through the day. Now, for example, yesterday there was executive, some sort of signing thing, which always means that there's going to be a press conference, which means there's going to be questions and answers and remarks by Trump or whomever. And it's not in any way a political statement, but I hope you realize at this point, if you've been trading at all in this recent environment, anytime most of the administration people get in front of a microphone, there's a high probability, especially Trump, there's a high probability that we will have some comment that will have an impact on the market. So I'm really, really appreciative to know that in advance. Because today we are essentially, as traders, risk managers. That's it. Your primary objective today is to preserve your account. The fundamental way you do that is risk management. How can you possibly manage or mitigate a risk if you don't know it's coming? Therefore, I appreciate that. And then on the right side of their column over here is kind of you see the right side of their column over here is like a squawk box, right? Where they have a running commentary down here somewhere as Trump concludes his remarks at the end of that thing that they did yesterday, whatever it was, I don't know, something in the Oval Office there with a bunch of people standing around. I suppose some sort of a proclamation. I don't know. What does he call them? All these things he does all the time where he's statements or whatever he's doing. Anyway, so there you go. Investing.com and Financial Juice, the two news sources. Now let's look at the pre-market. Speaking of risk management, looks kind of benign right here, doesn't it? Well, let's just look at what happened over here, really. So here is yesterday's RTH in the micro ES. There's all night, and here we are. Pretty much normal up until about 8:30, and then down she went. Of course, that's just when I ended the Globex stream and closed everything down and went to bed. I mean, I never closed my machines down, but I was not standing here, and down they went. If you want to see what that looks like over here, here's the Globex, here's the Asian Open, 8:30, I go to bed, I shut off the stream, and there we go, 125 handles. Really amazing. Disappointing. So let's look at this on a bigger scale then. I would suppose, by the way, let me show you the micro composite chart here. This little white nub down here is where we're currently trading. So you see what a gap down we have, gapped below all of these current price action into this lower group down here with not too far to go to the bottom of that. And a big low volume area through here on the total volume. So this, in case you're not aware, is IRT. It is my usual charting package. Bookmap is my execution and heat map. First of all, in IRT, every window in the header has the instrument that is the name of the window, which means nothing to anybody but me. Is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. In all of them. And this tab is my micros. This tab are the minis. Ooh, get up here, are the minis. So around the horn, we have the micro ES, the micro NQ, the micro ES high time frame chart, which I refer to as the micro composite, just because that came down from the TLab and wherever. And then this is the market profile chart, which I don't switch between ES and MES. I leave it on ES, but I do switch between the full session and the RTH session. And right now, all these are on the full session because obviously we're in the extended hours or the ETH period. So let's start at the top and work our way down. High time frame, RTH session only, daily candlesticks. What does that mean? It means every one of these bars represents the complete RTH trading session. Yesterday, day before, there we go, huh? Or Friday, now. And here's where we are today. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite VPOC, which is this yellow line. These high and low volume nodes, which represent just the high and low volumes of nodes within this volume profile. And the values represented by these red and green lines are pushed automatically to Bookmap. Also, the session prices are pushed automatically to Bookmap. Now, think about this for a minute. As far as potential, what would I expect to happen at the open? Well, there's the close. 120 points above us. Oh, about almost 100 points above us. A little more, 110. That means overnight inventory is way more than 100% short, right? If you were short all this inventory, would you not want to take some profit on the open? And don't forget that tomorrow and Thursday are big news. No, not tomorrow, but Thursday is a big news day. GDP and stuff. So I will be expecting some responsive buying to take profit, and then probably the sell-off to continue, because I think we've been way over, way toppy for a long time. So we'll see what happens. But you should trade what you see, not what you think. All right. And let's take a look at the volume quickly. Well, last night we were at 50% volume, which is always a real easy time for high time frame or market makers to shove the market around. Today we're at 137% right now, and this is average volume for this time of day, looking back over 20 sessions. This is the ATR for the 1 minute candle as we stand right now. Okay, this is pretty funny. Have a look at this. These are the naked volume points of control. You ready? Looks like the Russian flag. Huh? Oh, yeah. It's the bond market and the market are gonna, well, the bond market is what rules the roost, and then the rest of the world follows along. So we'll see what happens. Let's get over to bookmap. Speaking of that, that is right here. Hold on. That is right here. Now, just briefly, this blue line here, vertical line, is a real top secret, very expensive indicator that I use called a vertical line. I put one on the first print of each session. And if you don't believe me, there you go. There's the RTH session. This is the ETH, and it goes back forever. What that does, how I use that is as follows. I can glance left, and if I see Blue Boy over here, which is what I euphemistically refer to that as, I know that, and first you must understand that this is the current market. This is the bid and ask transacting right now in front of us, okay? And there's the first print. There is no question in my mind that I have the full session in view, and therefore I understand the context of the session. And what is the session? Well, like I said, there's where I closed my stream down last night, tired, and there's what happened. I don't know what to do about it or how to deal with it. There we are. So here's where we are now, and that's about 120 handles down if you just take a look at it from 75.43, well, yeah, to 75.43 to 74.33. So 110 handles, basically. Right to left, we have the micro composite column values where I enter them manually. There's the naked volume point of control. There's the there's the micro composite POC. These are the high and low volume nodes, which push from IRT. This is the full session volume profile. So this started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. It's not the Globex. I mean, it's not the ETH, it's the Globex, full session. This is the RTH volume profile and delta, which will reset this morning at 8:30. This is my statistics column, which is super important to me and which we'll get into in a minute. These are the session prices, which push automatically from bookmap, from IRT to bookmap, and which I share with anybody that wants them. Just drop, like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with the link to this. It comes from Google. I push it up to Google so that when I share these CSV link out, it's, there's no hesitation about it being virus laden or some crazy crap. And this is, I don't have a dome here anymore because of it was taking up too much space. So I do have the most important columns from the dome, which are the liquidity, the bid and ask, total liquidity, resting liquidity, limit orders, whatever you want to call it, at every price level for the full book level 2. And these are the session prices. Now, I'm sorry, this is the price ladder. Now, over here, you'll notice that there's no indicators on my bookmap or my IRT. Only because I am an old cowboy from Montana, so the keep it simple, stupid idea works real well for me. I use volume, price, statistics or probabilities to trade. That's it. And I only trade previously vetted setups, and I mean that literally, that I vetted, I've done the homework, I've captured the data, I've done the analysis with, the math, and I know that they have a specific percentage edge or expectancy or not. So there you go. Not just lip service in a chat room, but the real McCoy, and I should go through all of that later in the stream. So there are a POC for the overnight or the full session, and for the full session, which is this muted yellow here, and for the RTH session, which is the brighter yellow. POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. 32.75, the most contracts have traded 42.29 in the overnight so far. The minute one of these prices trades 42.30, this line's going to move there. That's all there is to it. Yes, it's all over the board because it tracks the history of where this price has been. At one point, the most contracts had traded up here at 75, at 30, whatever it is, 33s, right? And now it's down here. That's simple. So then we have the Globex and the RTH VWAP, volume weighted average price, and session prices. That's it. Now and then there'll be another line or two show up over here, and that's based on, that is IRT pushing levels I'm using to trade over here. In the case of the Edgeful the initial balance EF trade, there will be an initial balance high, initial balance low, and there will be the percentage values, 25, 50, 25. That's it. And of course, Blue Boy goes on the first print of every session. So the next thing I need to do now, which I am not, I'm late like always, is the TLab snap. And you will rightfully ask, what the hell is that? And I will say that it is a snap I do every day at 8:20, and this is why I don't multitask well. I'm trying to do this all right and talk at the same time, and that's an issue for me. So what the TLab snap is first of all, the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, who's a professional trader, started 48 years ago. And this is the snap I do every day in there at 8:20. And around 6-ish, I put a snap in of the reports for the day. I'm not active in the TLab much anymore. I do review the stream and, read through it and stuff. It's a Discord chat room. It's not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trading room. But Tom, as I said, is, got 48 years experience, started out as a money manager. I'd be flabbergasted if he's still managing somebody else's money now. I'm sure he's just managing it, trading his own account. But who knows? He doesn't trade live, like I said, nor does he call trades, but he has a lot of good advice, and he does stream for a period like an hour or hour and a half every day around 10:30, where he just goes back and basically reviews what the market has done so far. Kind of a rear view mirror narrative. And it is, of course, it's public. I mean, it's supported and provided by Bookmap. So obviously they want you to subscribe to Bookmap, but you're in this particular room only, the Traders Lab. You're never solicited for anything. And I can't speak to any other trading room or Discord room in Bookmap because I haven't spent any time in any of them other than the Traders Lab. And every day, out of respect and, kind of gratitude and just camaraderie, I make these two posts every day to the Traders Lab. In fact, this stream is essentially a suggestion from the Traders Lab, from Tom, actually, to focus on your own market and narrate the price action and the market so that you're in touch with it for trading. And that's what I do. I've taken it one step further to the stream because I don't, for me to be screen snapping and typing in a journal I would never get anything accomplished correctly. This way, I get everything accomplished correctly. So there we go. Next, we have the statistics, which is real important. And let's figure that out. The first thing we need to do is change the statistical open type for the day. Well, the way you do that, there's only two criteria. here we are right now trading. If the market opened at this moment, how would this price compare to the previous RTH close? Well, Bubba, I got to tell you that it's way up here. So we are way, way, way below the close, lower than the close. And how would this price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH low right there. So we are lower out of range. In other words, a big gap down. Should be pretty obvious to anybody that's so there we go. And then I say the title. The reason I changed that title is if I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can tell immediately what the relationship was without doing, a lot of poking around. Next thing we're going to need to do is get rid of and delete this statistics from yesterday because we're going to put in new ones. There you go. Now, how do we determine the statistics for the associated prices? We go to IRT, this study, and that was yesterday. Well, we know already from our homework just now that this is going to be the open type for the day. So the way the system works is very simple, like everything else I do. It looks back at the most recent 1,812 days, trading days. Of these trading days, we opened lower out of range 273 of them. 15% is all. Of the days where we opened lower out of range, price revisited the overnight low 71.8% of the time. 71.4% of the time we revisited the overnight POC. So let's start with the overnight low. We'll jump back over here. We'll look at the overnight low, and that's 71.8% of the time. And now we're going to look at the POC, which is 70.4. 71.4. And then we're just going to go down the list. Did I do this right? Yeah. Now the IB high is 68.1. I don't think we can even see that. Let's keep going. The overnight mid is 66.7. Overnight mid. This is all there is to it. It's not rocket science. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand. These are the probabilities. This is the probability or the percentage of time that price revisited this level when in this upcoming RTH, revisited this level when we have opened lower out of range. That's it. Previous low, 64.1. Now we've got all kinds of other statistical things coming up here. We've got obviously a gap, way major gap down, outside bar, a lot of stuff. Previous low, previous mid, IB low. I think we'll go looking for that. Previous close, 40.7. I'm trying to get these in here before we get ready to open. What's that previous POC? Where'd that go? There we go, 28.9. And the reason I do the initials there is because, obviously, the minute we open, this POC and the IB high and the IB low are all going to go zooming down here above price. So it won't do us much good wandering around up there. Overnight high is 30.4. And let's see if we can find one of the IBs. I think they're so far above us, it's not. Oh, there's the IB low. Okay, good. IB low, where did you go? 59.3. Now that's an anomaly, huh? Again with the initials. Well, what the hell is this? What happened here? Why did that just reset? 59.3, IB low. This is an anomaly that you should pay attention. Look at this. If we're going to get to 59.3, we're going to sure as hell have to come through 40, 28, and 30, right? So these are just probabilities. These are not, absolutely are not hard, fast targets. And there's the previous high. Where did that go? I bet it's way down here at 12.5%. Now we're getting, oh, we did open. Holy smokes, I'm busy doing all kinds of stupidness here. So there's our open. We are trading as normal. We've already taken out neither one of these levels. Now we got the IB low. We might get up here to the IB high before too long. Wow, that's crazy. Didn't realize I was that late. Sorry about that. And now we've got a big lag, I'm sure. Okay, so we're open. We're printing. I'm going to put Blue Boy on here in a minute. And we reset. I'll be sure I'll confirm these here in a minute. The IB low and the IB high will start coming down here pretty quick. We've got almost a full minute lag on IRT. Jesus. See this over here? What I need to do over here now is change from the full session to the RTH. So now we have yesterday's RTH. Oh, now we have yesterday's RTH and our current open. See if we can even get this up there. There we go. And the reason for resetting these sessions is to keep the relationship between the statistics, the session price is correct. What the hell happened now? This is a real mess. Now I don't even have file over here anymore. Jesus Christ. Come on, IRT. There we go. Thank you so much. Wow. This is the problem with IRT is it is a professional software, but the problem, charting software, the problem is it doesn't multi-thread, and there is such a huge exponential increase in volume. So there we are. Now here we go. Okay. Save that if we can. Let's see what happened here. We have file back in the house. Jesus. And it's not the computer. This thing has got 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM and a, multi-threading 16-core i9. So I don't think it's the machine. I think it's a function of IRT's choking on the data. And I'll reset at the top of the hour as I do pretty much every day now in order to keep this working. So let's get away from here and get over to Bookmap. Wind this out a little bit. Get Blue Boy on the job. Mr. Vertical Line. Mr. 830. That's pretty close. Now, in order to trade with Bookmap, we need to, which I think you will agree is a good idea. We need to be able to do that, and in order to trade on Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel with this button right here that looks like a padlock. And that opens the trade control panel, and then you select an account. In this case, I'm using Lucid and I'll explain why. And I've got this preset, because this is from last night. These values are still there. Now that I've selected the account and the bracket or whichever, I can close that. Click that padlock again. It stays green. I get the real estate back. I have all my metrics, and I can cancel and close. So that's pretty handy. Next one I need to do is the hedge, which is something I'm experimenting with, and one of the reasons I'm using Lucid. And that's one lot. Okay, and Mike, and that's a mini one lot. Now, both of those trade control panels are active. So this column right here on both of these instruments is super dangerous. Accidentally click over here and you got yourself a trade or an order you didn't expect. So there you go. Now we need to bump this up a little bit. Okay. So we've taken out the first couple of statistics so far. Looks like we're trading pretty well here. We've got Blue Boy on the job. We're opening up to 5 minutes. Okay, we've got the reset here, and IB high and IB low are in place. Cool. Hey, Anton, what's up? Yeah, 120 handles last night. Exactly 5 minutes after I shut the Globex stream down because I was just tired and went to bed. It's just too funny. Not really, but you know. And then it sold down 140 handles at one point, and then it ended up about 100. About 100. $612, really? Okay, cool. Thanks. And good morning. And I hope everything's good on your end. It's about 28C over here so far. No rain, but at least okay. IRTs, of course, sleep at the wheel. Yeah. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. See if I can get these together a little bit so they're a little more meaningful. Quite volatile already. I mean, we're already about 20 handles on the IB, and we're in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. 845 is the S&P production and services. So heads up on that one. I've got last night, again, there was nothing in the Globex, and then I stood here watching that and even mentioned, I think, that likely we were going to get some movement as the night progressed. I didn't expect 125 handles, but, I don't know what to do. I can't be up 24 hours a day. Ooh, hello there. Good looking gal. I can't be up 24 hours a day. I don't know what to do. But I got to, this has got to change, or I got to go get my Uber driver's license or do something here. I can't just stand around all the time. Not making money, honey. I am the sole breadwinner here, and have been for a long, years. So not only the only driver, and also the breadwinner. So this has got to change. Let's see now. Well, we got a lot of things going on Edgefield. They've got, we're on an outside day because of where we opened. We have a huge gap down, which is also a big thing. Let's look at that, I guess. This is the story for a outside day. Looking back 6 months, there's 100% reversal back up to close the outside day. Now, the outside day, according to the way they look at it, is the range. In other words, yesterday's high, today's open, or however you want to go about it, or the high. Anyway, and to close it, then you close the range. A gap in the vernacular of this is previous close, which is way up here, to the previous open. So this would be the gap low right here. And I'll put that in there. Whoops, I think I will. Come on. There we go. So this will be the gap low from today. So I think I have those all done. I'm not putting in outside day and all that. Got a long way got a long way to go up here. This is just the overnight stuff. This is not even close to the, there we go. There's the previous low. So this would be the outside day. Once our high gets to here, that's closed the outside day. The gap is closed. So we've got to get up to 4075 in order, 75, 4075. In other words, 100 points higher to close the gap. And I need to be real careful about moving this price ladder around and not being a frickin' trade I didn't mean to be. Yeah, I would say that's pretty suspicious that we're going to do that. Okay, 74.60. What? No. $74.60 is not any previous day value area low. The value, the previous, unless it's a previous a long time ago, but not yesterday. Value area low yesterday is 75.32. So let's see here what we're doing. Thanks a lot. You too. Well, I'll be watching for the initial balance like every day. Let's see about, I haven't done anything else. Get some wake up music going on here. Less than a minute for that S&P number. Those numbers. Actually, three of them. Composite, manufacturing, and services. Or production and services. Well, yeah. There's a lot of low volume nodes along the way here, but yes, you're right there. It's also the Globex VWAP. I'm not quite when you refer to the let me reread this. Yeah, absolutely significant for sure. I'm just reading through your stuff, thanks. 611, okay. There you are at 60. It's funny that looking back over with the edge fill outside day thing, 100% fill, 6 months. That's a hell of a long. That's a pretty long haul to get up there. That would be 1 meg squeeze and a half, that's for sure. So here we are at the low volume node, and that's the IB high, and yeah. Well, that worked out pretty good. I mean, a reaction anyway. And it's now the IB high, huh? It's what the gap stuff looks like. This is the outside day report. 6 months MES, the cash session. 100% reversal back up when we're on bearish outside day, which is exactly what we are. Over 6 months, which means we've been in an irrational uptrend. 2 years, 80%. Let's go clear out and see what happens before this current environment. 66% reverse. But what does that mean? There's only a frequency of 3 bearish outside day. Where do we go? There's 6 bearish outside days. 100% of them reversed up. That's not a lot of frequency occurrences for statistics, 3. Let's see what happens with the gap. Boy, they're hovering right on your 60 though. Isn't that something? Let's see what happens with the gap report, wherever that went. This is not anything that I have customized or built over here yet. Oh, we got MES, so that's good. Okay, guess I could save that as a template. Did I template the gap? Oh yeah, there is a gap fill template that I have here. Oh, let's check. Forgot I'd even done that. I mean, not that it's a big deal, but there we go. Gap fill by weekday, Tuesdays. Only 60% gap fill when we've gapped down. And one of the things, maybe you can set that up in the customization, but if the gap, only percent fill, I mean, if the gap is 200 points, that's got to have a hell of a lot, different than 5 points. I would think that the gap size would make a difference. So when we gap down, we have filled the gap. There's been 15 occurrences and 9 filled. 60%, there you go. So we'll just continue on here. Now, something about this screener I have not. Somebody was saying that's the best, that they find that the most insightful. I don't. But what I've not done is customize it. I'll do that at some point. Well, we poked our head up. We're poking our head back into the window so you can at least see it over here. There's the overnight mid, previous low, close. They're making some headway. Here's that responsive buying that I was talking about in the pre-market that I suspected they were going to do. Not that I mean, it's not rocket science. If the entire overnight session is way short inventory, I would expect that somebody's going to do some responsive buying to take profit. And, that's pretty much what's happening, I think. So no trades yet for me. Let's see what else I need to set up over here. I'm so disappointed. I don't know what to do with that story at night, you know, and I'm hammered, tired, and then all of a sudden, of course, it happens right after I go to bed. So here we are for the day. The zones, the IB, the zones which will push, and they have pushed right here. And let's look at something. Let's look at get trading view set up, and I don't think I have that set up either. Do I? New York Tuesday. Yeah, I do. Well, look at me, aren't I a big shot? But I need to get rid of the opening range. Let's see which is which. Need to activate and deactivate these dashboard here. This thing up here in the left corner. Wow, excuse me. Holy smoke. Sorry about that. I couldn't get to the mute quick enough. And I have to do that because I don't know how to stagger them or something, you know, and it's just confusing. So here's the opening range now, or the IB dashboard. So we're already 50.75 handles wide on the initial balance. 50 handles. So each zone is essentially 10 points. Wow. There was some interesting insights in the in these levels last night, or there were. When I went to bed, I was thinking, I was up here, right? And I'm thinking, well, okay, they're probably going to bring it back. Notice that these levels are all pretty much in line with each other. If you just come across the bottom here when I quit, there's the low from yesterday, there's the low from London on Friday, there's the consolidation, and here's an IB low from New York Thursday. All pretty much in the same level. Not that that means anything, but I thought it was interesting. And then this happened. So I don't know what to do. Well, we're definitely, continuation candle is up. IB low was formed first. Probably gonna stay that way. And okay, let's get on to the edgeful data now. Gap fill, I don't know how much I would lean on that. Let's go to the initial balance. Standard report. MES, I don't know why it's not doing that. Cash market, MES, 6 months. Okay, anything in this that needs to be fixed? No. So here's our basic initial balance on Tuesday. No, this is not on Tuesday. Let's get to Tuesday because that's more important. Tuesday, 65% probability will single break, 34% will double break, and 0 probability of an inside day. Inside day meaning the IB is not taken high or low. I don't know what else you call it. And the thing that really surprises me is look at the difference in the days. Tuesday sucks. Wednesday, 80%. Thursday, 70, 80, essentially 80, and Friday, 91% probability. Crazy, huh? So, 65% probability we're going to have a single break, and 34% we're going to have a double break, and no probability of nobody left on third. Rejection. The IB high was formed first with no customization, which should be all weekdays, all days. I want to set this to Tuesday. Okay. IB high form first. We got 83% probability we're going to first break the IB low. That today seems counterintuitive. Wait a minute. I think we formed the IB low first, didn't we? Wait a second here. Hold on. Yes, I'm sorry. IB low formed first. Football. Yeah. Okay. Now that was obviously it makes sense. 78% probability we're going to take the IB high, and that would be moving towards the gap close and the outside day and everything else. So we'll stand by here until we get closer to the IB. This could be a day where a front run would be an acceptable idea. No data to back that up is the problem. And this is the old-fashioned, I'll have to, Jesus. Flag's still pretty high. This is the old-fashioned initial balance now. Gotta get down here to the new guy. This is the current session. And this is the original initial balance strategy. Oh, one important thing for the stream, Andre Anton knows very definitely. These are the trading systems that I've been able to code up. The chart is just a visualization of the actions performed in this trading system, so that I can see if they're happening when and where I think they should. Very important to know that any trading, back testing or forward testing as today, is in the IRT simulated environment. The same exact situation with this is the system, the Edgeful system, here we are, and any trades that are done in here are in the simulated environment, forward testing. That's real important for me to clarify, because I don't like people that make you think they're trading live when they're not. I think that's bullshit and bus tickets. Bookmap, on the other hand, is live trading. I've already set up let's make sure we got all of this going here. Let's make sure we got the right statistics. It's lucid, that's right. We're multi-trading, that's correct. Okay. This is live data, real trading right there. This is a evaluation, 5 evaluation accounts, that's for sure. It's not the live market like my AMP account is, because I want to evaluate this, or get my skills up to speed with this hedge system from Anton's suggestions. And I also, what the hell look at these liquidities that have been laying in here forever and a day. Wow. At the 500 and the 90, so basically every 10 handles across. Yeah, and at 80, exactly. Anyway, so, and it is the cheapest return on investment to be able to test something and still have it meaningful size, be able to trade meaningful size or normal size and profit, be able to take profit. So, for example, if I'm trading this live account and I want to test this out, how can you de-risk from 2 micros? Impossible. So that's where this is at. That's why it's the lucid thing. But I have to get that off. It has to be over with by the end of the month or by middle of next month, because I can't keep doing this. And I hear these guys, I like to do this thing because I can pass in one day. How the hell is that possible? Well, I guess I could have passed 6 accounts last night, just gone short and sat there. Right? So that's how it works. Here's our IB high. We're looking for the IB, the IB trade. I will be initiating a trade here on Bookmap, and I think I've covered all the bases now, so we know where that is. Just while we're standing here, while I'm standing here, this is plotting the initial balance edge fill trade. Okay, there's several up here that I've tried to code up, which I have coded up, that are various different opening range trades based, or IB trades based on people's stuff, you know, YouTube or wherever. One of them that's pretty interesting also is called the fence thing. And it's real simple. This particular setup that you have here now is the edge fill deal, which has got the percentage zones, right? The IB high, the IB low, and these percentages are 25, 50, 25, or 75% of the range, right there. And the way that edge fill, I understand from them, is from that data, from the app, the correct way is not to front run, because there's no real data for that. Exactly, but there is data for it breaks out and then it retests, and that's the entry idea. Or if you're thinking it's going to be mean reversion, it breaks out and you trade in the direction of the retrace. The way this fence thing works is the same idea. Breakout is the same. It opens inside the range, it closes outside the range. Easy, both of them. The difference with the edge fill, I mean, with the fence idea, is for the trigger, instead of retracing back to one of the zones, the fence trigger would be, it opens out, and let's assume we're doing a high. We break out the high. The bar opens outside, wicks into the range, wherever, closes back outside. That's a trigger. And the long, in this case, would be at the close. That's the fence thing. And there's some success with that as far as back testing goes. I can't do them both at the same time because... wait a minute, can I? Well, let's see. We're a ways from the IB, so we're just past the 30-minute mark here. So I need to start looking at the data over here. So here we have it. Now we have formed the IB high first, low first, right there. We have no extracurricular activity in the customization. So the next thing we're going to want to have here is the completion of the IB and the end, which will set the ending zone, assuming there's no idea to front run. So here are the over on Bookmap. I've pushed across the zones. So there is, oh damn, I keep forgetting to do this. These are the zones. IB high, 25, 50, 25, IB low. So there was the low volume node at the 60s that's pushed all the way up to here, and that's not a low volume node anymore. Got a long way to go to close the gap. Previous low is at 75 quarters up here, about 76 actually. You can see it over here. I don't want to have these on 6 points wide because then I'll get all messed up with what the... Here's a big low volume node at with nothing happening there at 88s. But that's likely because of the way I've got it screwed in. They're flashing 31, 84. Five points wide. Hopefully you're trading in the direction of from your low volume node towards the close and are up now 20 points or so. This would be a situation. Look at the size of that. Jesus, criminy Christ. We got damn near 20 points wide on the percentages here. That's a real eye opener because that you got to keep a real. I have to keep a real current awareness of that because this is risk management, right? So. This is the IB high 85s, and here's the first 10% or 25% is 67s. That's, 18 handles. 18 handles risk across there. And the initial trade here would be 5 micros. And then with the hedge would be the ads. And we're at 913. So my guess, my prediction, we're going to keep trading up in direction of the close the gap to the 75s where we've got a big bunch of liquidity land, 95s, and essentially they can squeeze them. I don't really know what the hell. What are we doing now? We have essentially got a squeeze going, right? There's context. There's Blue Boy. That's the opening print. And here we are. And in rearview mirror, it's always so painful to look back and go, well, why didn't you just, when we came back down here and tested and it didn't get any lower, why didn't you just go long? Makes perfect sense. Right now you're in 70 points or 60 points in the money. That's not any vetted trade that I have. Maybe I just need to forget this whole vetted trade idea and trade them with discretion like before. Really trying to hold the line on that, but I'm running out of line. I'm at the bitter end already. Getting to the bitter end here. I'm going to restart Well, we're down to an 8-second lag. I think I will restart, however. Got 15 minutes. Okay, that shouldn't be a crisis for anybody. .70 IB. Wow. That's a lot. That is definitely a lot. My first impression on looking at this profile here is we're going higher because it's a flat top. It's my old flat top idea. You know, the market doesn't have any taper on the top or the bottom actually, but definitely chugging up to close towards this gap. So responsive buying. Okay, we got no lags. That's a good thing. Let's keep that going. Make sure we got everybody open here. Here's today. Okay, now we got to do this drama some more. Gonna be some stuff to move over here to fractals and opening range. Go. Okay, 10 minutes till that closes. The IB is set. I didn't see any reaction for the S&P stuff at 45, but maybe it was there and I missed it. I guess we're just having a series of bar trades here if you want to look at it. There's a consolidation, a breakout, retest. Up we go, consolidation. Not really a breakout, but and up we go some more. I don't know. Gonna have that IB set in 8 minutes or 7 and change. Whether that's gonna have some meaning or not. The IB migrations, I mean the POC migrations have been pretty snazzy today in the direction of closing that gap. There's one. We haven't, oh, well, we only had one. I guess it's not like a big deal. We had a little square dance going on down here right at the open, which would have been a little nerve-wracking. But, you know, as typical with the rearview mirror and hindsight trading, it's just, well, I knew very well that we didn't come back down and test this low, that this is where I got long, and now I'm, you know, $1 million in the point, and I got, excuse me, while I go warm up my Ferrari. Maybe not. Maybe not. We're taking them out though, aren't we? Look at there. There's the overnight mid, POC, low. Taking the statistics out, bing, bang, bong. Not a surprise. That happens every day. Okay. Yeah. 5 minutes about. Ooh, there's the other second bike. Here's the second VPOC migration. And we're going to get the IB in 2 minutes. Now I have to start thinking about, do I front run it? The problem, just thinking off the top of my head, the risk involved. Where do you put the stop? You got 53, got 10 handles. Typically, with edge fold, the idea is that we're going to look at the closing thing here in a minute, but then let's say that the entry would be here and the stop would be at the 50 or down here, but that's 35, 40 handles away on a 5 lot. That's a lot. And of course, in hindsight, just get long somewhere, anywhere, on any pullback. Here, and up you go, or even here, I guess, and up you go. So easy in the rearview mirror. And I suppose the reason why most people don't post their real trades. Or trade live. Well, less than a minute, and here we are, fluffing around. VPOC migration, lower than the IB, but very definitely the ending zone is going to be in the 0 to 25 range because the zones are so wide. But to quickly determine that, oops, wrong button, there we go. The way these zones are allocated, opposite the first level formed, 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, etc. And it's determined by the closing price, which is where this line ends, of the closing the last closing price in the IB range, depending on whatever candle. So that's right up here. So this is 0 to 25 is the ending zone. Now that's going to be right over here. Watch this. We got 78%. Let's go over here and go ending zone. Now it's 87% because of that ending zone. So there's an 87% probability that we're going to take out the IB high first break, and that makes perfect sense to me. And that's about the only stats that happen here anymore on the initial balance. There we are. No break yet. That's right, but it has been set. First formed is the low. Yeah, it's been set, so it's done like dinner. Now, this is in play. And we're coming back down here to the 25, but we haven't taken out the high yet. Are they going to continue? Are they going to revert to the sell-off? Or is this a case where I would want to front run? I'd say I'd be a little spooked right now because we got a big low volume node down here. Price check at aisle 3. My initial thought is to trade normally when we break out and retest, but I'm getting left in the dust so freaking much. I'm a little bit spooked. And this is a super wide IB too, which is unusual. This is damn near 100 handles. 80 handles. There's no more news. We're right back at this consolidation. We're on the 25% zone. Do I go along here in anticipation of that? I guess this was the chance this was the opportunity I should have had to do that. Assuming I'm going to. I'll be honest with you, my fear right here, and I guess that's what it is this huge low volume node right here. But there we go. So there's 72 to 78. There's, 6 handles. Consolidation, breakout, retest. Another way to look at this, as always the case with trading, yeah, well, there's lower highs and lower lows. That's a reversal or downtrend because it's the opposite of what we're doing. So if I set up the hedge story over here, let's just get that ready to go. I'm late. I should have had this ready to go already, but let's just assume uh, 74, 75, 72 half. Let's assume that we're down here in the 73s. Am I doing this right? No. So here is, there we go. Ooh, look at there. 74, 72. 5 points. 12 ticks. Long. Maybe the wrong. That may be the wrong idea. Long is 72s. Our stop is at 69s. We're going to add 5 more and go short on the micro. That would be the hedge. Doesn't replace the stop at all, ever, never. It changes the trade management at the stop location. And I'll tell you, I'm spooked about this low volume node here still, and the fact that now we've tested it twice, but we still have lower lows. I don't know whether this was just another opportunity for me to get on board, and I'm a wuss and I didn't do that. Looks like. But I didn't. And you see, here's the same problem as frequently. Scale. This is 10 points right there. And I just stood here thinking it was not enough. Yeah. Well, that was pretty dumb. That was real dumb. Is this 62 previous DPOC? Yeah, well, yeah. I know. I'm waffling around that too. If you can probably tell by my voice over here, I'm sure, Anton. breakout retest twice, and my screw up has been my scale. This is 10 points. What the hell? That's a trade. But I agree with you. And the thing that's had me spooked and why I've been looking at the VWAP and this lower VPOC here is this big low volume node in everybody. There, full session. Granted, it's spot by delta, but have I got this on the right window and the right everything else? Yeah. Yeah, I'm really, I don't know what to do, dude. Well, I tell you one thing, I'm not gonna go, okay, baby, I'm going along here this time. Because you know, it's the bucket theory. You beat on the bottom of a bucket often enough and pretty soon you knock a hole in it. So I'm gonna go get some tea so I don't succumb to trading. Yeah. Oh, and look at here. Doe side doe. Down comes the VPOC. Uh-oh. Yeah, good advice there, Anton. Good advice. The thing that's got me, well, one of the things obviously many things have me spooked here. The width of the IB and the related zones, big deal, I think. And of course we have not taken out any of the, we're down at the past the 25. Well, why isn't this up to speed? What's going on here? 23-second lag. Someday I won't be able to do it, really, but someday I'm gonna just not have anything running. The stream, book map, nothing. I should do that on a holiday. Oh, that was dumb. Just have IRT up and see if it's all this lagging and schmagging and dragging crap like usual, or if it's because my machine is actually, you know, throttling back for some reason. Well, we're not down to that IB. Well, he did come through this low volume node though, which had me spooked for a while. I don't think going long is a good idea here. And I'm not so sure long continuation is a trade ever today. More though, unless it just is based on a squeeze. Why would the market be going up? as the market, as it takes off and goes up. Jesus. So there's an 87% probability we're going to break the IB high with the closing zone. The only thing that's not taken into consideration here at all is the width of the IB. Oh yeah, you better get out there quick, my brother, or you're gonna have clawed up legs. It looks to me like this is a sell the rips. If you zoom out real quick, what do we got here? We got a series of higher lows, of lower Jesus, start over. A series of lower highs and lower lows. You know, sell the rip, sell the rip. So I'm not so sure that closing that gap or that continuation is anything to write home about. Damn, this thing is irritating. God damn. Oh, this is painful. They're filling in this low volume nodes here. Yeah, I agree with you. That's exactly what they're doing. Yeah, boy, here we go. Well, this is the good reason why I'm not front running something. I say with with gloating conceit for being a chicken shit. Oh, terrible. Get a string cheese open here. I'm hungry. Well, there you go. Past the 25, headed for the 50. Right down to that price check at aisle 3. If I was really a believer in the theory of put a trade on wherever and then manage it, I'd do that. I'd go long right here and just manage the trade. But I find that I don't think that's sound risk management. I think that's gambling. And if it turns around and goes and takes the IB high out, then I'll be thoroughly pissed. But what we're doing so far, 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 times is sell the rips, lower highs, lower lows. Jesus. And none of the systems that I've done are doing anything. Obviously. Yeah, you better get that cat food or you're going to be missing some lip. They'll rip your lips right off when they figure out there's no cat food around. And on the other hand, I'm not going to trade in context, counter trend trade, which would be short. Even though, in hindsight, that would have been marvelous. Well, they're pretty much traded it back up to the POC from the previous micro composite, which I realize means nothing. Oh, look at this. And again, 10 handles. Yeah, yeah, they're definitely. I was almost going to pull the trigger here. I didn't because of this lower highs and lower lows. I just don't, that doesn't make sense to me. And then I remind myself, well, you dumbass, this is 10 handles. So I've got to recalibrate my brain. But yeah, right at that price check at aisle 3, Tom's got to be smiling. He's looking for a can of tuna fish. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah. Still got a lag. Well, they're getting ready to get down to the lows again. What the hell are we doing here? I don't even know. Well, it's 1 point high. Blue boy's hiding. RTH VWAP. Kind of a different story on IRT here. It's just sell the rips, man. That's all there is to this. That's what it's been doing since they tagged out. They put the IB high in back at 20 after. Sell the rip, sell the rip, sell the rip, sell the rip, sell the rip. And the VPOC is migrated down with it now. I'm not saying that's what I'm going to do because that's counter trend, but at some point the steamer turns around, right? So the trend can change at some point through the day. It sucks. I have no trades. I have no structured trades here. So this is monkey boy management that's going on here. Monkey boy being FOMO, risk aversion, revenge, all of those emotions that have come down to us in evolution. I have the reality is, the truth is, the facts, that's a better way to put it. I have no structured trade based on the data that I'm using. And so, go make a sandwich. I mean, get over it. But the problem is I need to have some profitable trades here rather than just paralysis by analysis. That's not the case today, but especially when I look at these big moves and I'm not on them, I'm thinking, oh, you dumbass. But in reality, I don't have any trade. I'm not front running. I made that decision before the fact. So, it sucks, but it's the trading, I guess. And I'm sure there's all kinds of people that are, they've made, sent the kids to college and whatever else. It's like last night. I watched the entire Globex and then the Asian Open, Asia orb trade up until about 20:30, and then it's time for bed and shut things down and chores around the house. And, within 15 or 20 minutes, by 2100, the thing sells off 125 hands. Wow. Without even so much as an uptick, I don't think. That's what are you going to do? Demoralizing. At the very least, demoralizing. At the very least. Now, if we got anybody being pulled into today, I'm sure that Trump has got to get his fingers in there somewhere or another. Are they going to let it collapse and fall down, or are they going to try to get it up higher for the IB high and close the gap? That's the big question. Here we are right now. At this price check at aisle 3 and just above the skinny spots. Both POCs are aligned here, full session and Globex, I mean in RTH, and they're right at that price check at aisle 3. What do you suppose 64 or 62 was about? Mid down below us at 8 handles lower. We got down here one time and then came back up through it. But so far, this is counter trend. Trend is up. Counter context, I should say. The edgeful data is long, looking for the IB high. Will they turn it around here and take it back to the top? I have no idea. I would like to short, but on the other hand, the data is up, so I'm going to just stand here. We've had us, lower highs, lower lows. That's a trend down. I would think if they get below that 55 there and into that low volume node that they are going to just fall out of bed, but what do I know? In the overnight volume point of control, we have come through that already. Don't forget that we've come up off the bottom there. We've taken all these levels out. There's the IB low. We've taken out the overnight low, the POC, the overnight volume point of control, and all the way up through the mid and the developing value area high here, but we've taken out all these stats already. This kind of, in a sense, would be short in the hole. My inclination is to want to short, but this is essentially short in a hole or chasing, which is a monkey boy thing, and that's not a good thing. And I have no structured trade to validate this. Okay, and now we're breaking down. I'm half tempted to just throw a short on and manage the damn thing and hope for the best. Not any kind of break all my rules, but you know, I need to make some trades here. Need to make some trades here. And there's a good reason why not to break discipline. Even though it would be my initial inclination is to go short. It was to go short way over here, but that's not the trade. That's not the data. I'm trying to hold the line here. Excuse me. Damn, something in my throat. Probably cat hair. That'd be unusual. Okay. That's a real, here's our open. There's Monkey Boy, or Blue Boy. We came flying through this low volume zone here like there was no tomorrow, and now we're touching back down again. And some more here. Are we going to fall under it? Or are we going to finally start working our way back up to the IB? Inquiring minds want to know. I can safely say I don't. I'm so sick. Come on, man. You can see what happened here. We had some selling. I mean, buying failure here. Didn't quite get to the POC from way back when. Got a gap down, haven't closed the gap yet, which will mean a new volume micro composite. Lower. And I'm on the wrong window. Sorry about that. Here we go. Yesterday. Nothing happening up here. Important to look over here. This is rejection. Let's look at the let's look at something else. What was it I asked? Let's look at weekday at the breakouts by weekday. And you see that there's a 65% we're going to single break, 34% we get a double break, and 0% that we don't get any IB break. Of course, this data is historic. It's look back. It doesn't know that last night we had this gigantic sell-off. So that's needs to be, excuse me, needs to be kept in mind. Like these people that don't trade, don't have any idea what's going on with the news or anything. I don't get it. How can you not watch for reports or news? The stress makes me tired. I must have cortisol oozing out my ears. Is this a bear flag? Isn't that what you call them? I think so. You get flat top and higher lows. I think they call that a bear flag. Meaning it's going to break lower. I think that's what that means. I'm not a big, price action, first bar positive and all that. I don't know, all that stuff. Maybe I should. We're just toying around this low volume node here where we will also be breaking down the developing value area low. That's right here. Right there. Maybe a better view of it is this. Excuse me, I have something going on weird here in the throat. Okay, now we're gonna break down now. The bear flag is gonna become the bear flag, or what's gonna happen? This is gambling. That would be gambling. I have no statistic about anything like that. So it's a real Monkey Boy can be a real thing, because it's it's in our DNA. Like, I know I don't have any structured trade yet today, but the urgency that I need to be trading and need to be profitable, making some money here, is eating a hole in my ass. Throwing a trade on is discretion, and it's not part of the trade plan. I'm sure we're going to break down. There was this was the bear flag. Here we're breaking down, and I'll point out that this is about 10 handles there. So that's one of the things about Bookmap. It's real easy for me to get out of my perception of scale to get thrown off. Like there is 56, and here we are at 46, 47. So that's 10 handles. There's the bear flag I was talking about. Here we go. 10 handles. No, that's not a meaningful piece or portion of the range, but it's 10 handles. And in normal trading, that would be a fine take profit. Obviously 20 is better, but you know. And they're going to break them down. They're going to continue to break it down. The developing value area low. See how that holds up. That's the beginning of this meteoric rise through the low volume zone over here. And I don't know what to think about it. I should have, you know, there was a trade I anticipated. I didn't take. It's not part of my trade plan, but I'd be in the money 12 points, 10 points. And then, and as it gets down here, and I've had a conversation with myself for a lengthy period of time, that's when a monkey boy can kick in, and then you start, I think without recognizing it, it starts to become FOMO and chasing and all that stuff, which I'm not going to do, but, you know, I mean, hey, I'm primarily, my preference is short, and look at this, we got lower highs and lower lows for the last 2 hours, hour and change. Well, including VPOC migrations and all kinds of crap. So, VPOC migrations, bear flags, bear naked, you know, a lot of things, a lot of bear stuff. That's something that you have to deal with. Every trader's got to deal with, and I definitely do. The psychological parts of it. I don't have a problem with them as far as, you know, over trading or clicking the mouse or revenge trading and that kind of thing, or chasing, but the emotions are there for sure. I don't let them manifest physically, but they are definitely there. Bottom line is there's no trade on any of my setups. So that's that. Looking in hindsight in the rearview mirror, and I'm being so flabbergasted that I have not taken part in this definite downtrend when I am primarily my bias tendency is short, because I've always kind of believed that the market goes up the stairs and jumps out the window down. In this case, it's about even, but you know, look at there. If you just took the VPOC migration, it's 72. There's 30 handles. If you just traded on this VPOC migration right here, south, that's 30 handles. They're selling them off, that's for sure. Well, would you look at that? Selling the rips every freaking time. Nobody that knows me would be able to believe I wasn't shorting those. But I would certainly not do that now. And it may go another 50 handles south. That's the first thing that always pops into my mind when I come look at something like that is, yeah, and this is I'm the guy that's the last guy on the bandwagon. You know, in other words, shorten the hole. I think going forward, I'm going to add discretionary trading to this trade plan. For example, when I've repeatedly recognized what we're doing, and you know, a succession of higher highs, lower lows, and we have a VPOC migration, and then something like this. I mean, or here. That's those are trades I've got to take, because this IB crap is not holding up. I mean, hey Panda, are you here to make Dad feel better? Okay, higher lows, higher highs. Is this the W reversal? I mean, that's the initial read. Hey, what's up? That was a quick trip to the cat food store. Or yeah, boy. Lower highs and lower lows all the way down, and now we got a W reversal on ABC, and who the hell knows? And I'm standing here just frustrated and pissed because I'm trying to hold my ground on these structured trades, and that ain't happening. Yeah. Pretty classic bear flag right here, which I actually recognized. And then it just materialized beautifully. And I'm not a big price action-y, candle-y, sticky, you know, Al Brooksy kind of guy. I don't know much of those things, but Like, I don't know this first bar, second bar positive and all this kind of stuff that they talk about, but I do know what a bear flag or bull flag looks like. And for every one that you see like this that works, there's 50 that don't, you know, so there you go. Like all the patterns, I'm trying to keep, I think I've told you about listening to those Trader Tom or that Andy guy, where they do the just for the sake of entertainment of the stream. I think they just take these trades mechanically, whether they pay any attention to the market or not. Doesn't seem like, or any. I know this Andy guy pays no attention to news. Oh, what was that? Oh, maybe Trump said something. You know, they don't pay attention to any of that kind of stuff really. But I think it's for the purpose of the stream that they have, because they stream on YouTube and Telegraph and some other thing. But like this espresso trade they have, which they take just on mechanically every day, and the school run. I need to identify exactly how that works. I'm not sure whether there's any statistical evidence that that's a successful thing or not. There's a shitload of people follow them, and that's a constant thing that they both talk about. So I assume that it is. I'm not suggesting that Tom or this Andy fella are, you know, shady characters or don't do what they say they're doing. But I oftentimes hear, well, there's a stop, you know, or stopped out on that espresso or something. I don't know how that can possibly be a profitable strategy, because they start out with an upside down risk reward of risking 2 to make 1. Well, every time you take a stop means you got to have 4 to be even. I don't get it. I don't get it. Well, the 1, 2, 3 or the ABC reversal worked out, the W, whatever. As I understand that thing, it's the bottom and you've got lower highs. And when price comes across the inside of the W here, the leg, that would essentially be the reversal point. And now we'll see how far up it goes, but that's how I understand that thing. Weather's not so bad here today. It is 28. It's kind of nice. I have still got the backyard to mow. Last night when the sessions were over, it was 34 here, and I just couldn't bring myself to go out there. Before the, you know, in the short period between the this RTH stream and the Globex. I gotta think that Globex over. I don't know what to think about it. One thing for sure, if I traded the Asia Globex, I would have to do it with a multi-bracket idea, not the hedge, because I'm not going to stay up all night and manage it. I can't anymore. You know, once there was a time when I'd be up drinking all night and building houses all day, but those days are a long way in the rearview mirror. look at him go. Welcome to the stream if you're new here. Drop something in the chat. This is my virtual trading journal. It is not my way or the highway. It is what I'm doing now to develop a consistently profitable trading business based on statistics and data. Actual vetted trades, which I have vetted myself with the rigors of statistical analysis, rather than just lip service, which is often the case. The reason that I stream everything is it's for complete accountability and transparency. And hopefully it'll, it's my virtual trading journal. So first of all, there's that. And the recording captures both of my screens, my primary trading screens anyway. And my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking. I only take trades live, real time, never recording, never replay. And I take no trades off the stream. That's a commitment. So other than that, it's just a suggestion. And, Anton had a great idea about the hedge, which we've shared and I'm working on developing, and he uses it frequently. And any kind of suggestions, I think you're out of your freaking mind. Oh, that's a good idea. Here, try this. I do this every day. Whatever. Join in. I'm sure we would both be pleased to hear something. I'm not sure if there's anybody else floating around out there or not, but I see the numbers go up and down and this and that, and I don't know how it works with ironically, on those Globex ones, this views go way up in the 30s and 40s, which is not a lot, but still. But nobody ever drops into the chat or does anything, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe they're laughing too hard at it. Could also be a language thing, because YouTube translates out to whatever language you want to have it be. So in the Globex, it could be music people, right? Like Vietnamese or something. I guess. So now, I guess now J.D. Vance is in charge of the Iranian negotiations, and I saw something on Ground News. We wonder why J.D. Vance is staying in the top luxury Switzerland resort spa, whatever, while he's here to do this negotiation. He's spent millions of dollars on vacations like the first 6 months of they were in office. I saw something long ago where, UK and all these real fancy fishing and hunting clubs and all around, millions of dollars. And all that shit just goes under the radar, under the carpet. I'd love to know how much has been spent on wars and rearming and reflecting pools and, never mind the travel. For example, the other day, Trump went to his golf course just in the outskirts of Miami. I'm not sure if it's in Hialeah or right around in there somewhere. Doral. I guess maybe in Doral area, where they put that gold statue up of him. The crypto guys had this guy make a gold leaf statue. He flew there on Air Force One from Mar-a-Lago. That's about $500,000 an hour for that entourage to travel in that airplane. I would imagine the cost is freaking staggering. I don't know why. I don't know why there's no accountability ever for that stuff. And we need it, you know? Especially when they're elected on, they're going to cut costs and, you know, reduce the size of government and cut costs and balance this and do that. And then just turn around and double the budget and printing money. I guess Warsh has got the printing presses running 24 hours back there now, according to some article I was reading in the Financial Times. I don't know. Well, here's another one of those W's on a bigger scale, eh? But it's not. What I understand about the reversal W or ABCA, it says ABC or ABC, is you need to have higher lows on the C leg or the B leg or however you want to name it. And when it comes across the middle leg, that's when that's when it can be considered a reversal, as opposed to something like this where we got a low, a high, and a lower low. That's not one. And just as I say that, the RTH, no, the Globex VWAP, VPOC migrated lower. That's the full session. We haven't brought down the RTH yet. And I still don't have any trade. They're still, well, they're down to the 25% now, so we may end up taking out the IB low. Who the hell knows? But that's completely counter all the statistics and all the everything else. Well, what happened? Did we break all the rules or something happened here? Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what, I'd settle for one day's take from any of those cabinet guys. People. There's women in there, I guess, too, also. Yeah, never mind the ones like, you know, Nutlick or Buttlick or whatever his name is. And those guys, Jesus Christ. Making millions and millions. Yeah. Yeah. None of them are ever going to need to work ever anymore. And they probably didn't need to start with. You know, I mean, and what's his name? Now I'm so used to that woman always referring to him as Buttlick. You know who I mean, the marketing guy. The Cantor Fitzgerald. Jesus, you know, he's the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, and he's got a $22 million. He bought a $22 million townhouse next to Jeffrey Epstein. You know, I mean, come on. Those guys don't exactly need to. Yeah, they're down to the 25 level here. This is the 25% level of the IB, damn near. They're actually poking their nose into the IB low. And I'm standing here all monkey boys beating me over the head with a stick. Lower highs, lower lows, bear flags, sell off. Oh, yeah. I'm embarrassed to call myself a short trader, a short seller. And I think there's an easy way to look at that. I don't know whether you do this or where you get your percentages, but. Oh no, it doesn't give percentage, it gives the distance from tick. Still no IB. Still inside. I thought this was percentage, but it just gives in price. And I'm not real clear. There is a pretty interesting report based where you enter the IB in as a percentage, but in this case it's 1.0. Percentage of what? I think it's ATR, but I have to know the look back, and I haven't found a description. Now I haven't read the text part of that report very much, but that was something I was doing last night or early this morning, I don't remember which. Yeah, this IB size right over here. See, watch this. Customize. You looking? Do I have? Oh, amazing. I'm in the right thing. IB size. It's in percentages. So this is greater than 0.9. See what that does to everything over here. Well, it's a 100% breakout. We're gonna take the high now. Oh no, wait. The high was formed first. Hold on. And now I'm really getting confused. Low was formed first. Highs put in second. Our ending zone was up here in the 0 to 25, so that's all normal. So 100% probability we're going to take the high, according to that statistic. Based on 6 months, let's look back a million years. Boop, 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 come on. Boop, 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 boop. Well, when you look back 5 years, it's only 85.77% probability we're going to take that. Oh, that's the low. I'm sorry. IB, yeah, IB low form first is the high. Boy, I am tired. Yes. That's greater than 0.9%, so that would be a 1, and it is a 1%. So you don't see, let's see something there. Let's see if the text about this report talks about that. They don't talk about that statistic. I'll have to watch this. He probably mentioned something about it because you've got to know, maybe it's here. No. I mean, it's obviously percentage of something. I guess it's ATR probably, but that needs to, I want to understand that. Man, there we go. Back up to the, who knows what. So we have a buying tail, or a selling tail, I guess this is. Buyers tried to hold it up and couldn't, and they sold it back down. I think that's how that works. They weren't able to keep it up there, that's for sure. And we're way gapped down and way below everything else. They couldn't even keep it in the micro composite zone or up around this POC. Yeah. And that doesn't surprise me at all. I've been saying for a month and a half, what the hell is going on with the market? Why? The economy's in the shitter. We're in a war that we started that's, causing all kinds of trouble. Okay, let's make it all-time highs. By the way, Greenspan died yesterday. Did you see that? He was 100. What a good life. Very definitely could be mean reversion back to the POC. That would make good sense. Good sense. Or, well, let's be rational. We got 5,872 contracts trade off here at the POC. We got to get down. They've got to bring this one up from 5,100. So they're 600, basically 600 contracts short of a VPOC migration south right here. Otherwise, nobody's close in the middle there. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think there was something in the Financial Times about it. Or Reuters, maybe. Gonna slide up here and pick off the VPOC? Maybe. And you know that the problem for me on this kind of stuff on a day like this is these are 30, 40 point moves, you know? These little retracement things are 10 points. It's like, okay, none of them have anything to do with this freaking structured trades. I can understand why somebody like Tom, if he can trade well and trade with discretion, I can understand why he doesn't trade live and he just, you know, doesn't worry about it. Trades the way he thinks he ought to, and I'm sure is making money. Or whoever that does that. Yourself included, you know, you make money by trading basically discretionarily based on some chart stuff, but not really any back-tested data, I don't think, do you? And it's not doing me any good, so. The old IB trade was working real well until it didn't for a few months. Just ticking over. I was trading the minis, not the micros. Just whenever that, you know, whenever I had a, come on, whenever I had a signal, I would take it manually in Bookmap. And then it just went south about, I don't know, beginning of January. Far exceeded the expected consecutive stops. And so I had no choice. Yeah, there you go. Here's ground news, I guess. And now there's some new big deal with Tulsi Gabbard now. One thing I don't like about ground news is it typically if you hover over the link you can read the rest of the what? Are they dead? Are they expected? You know, are they okay? What happened? Oh, there it worked. Okay, well, anyway. Now I know. Yep, here we are back at your VPOC. Good man, good call. So that was a pretty classic mean reversion, eh? Not any structured trade of mine, but right to the money. Double O's, or what do you call it? Double bottom or something, and then mean reversion trade. Great. And now they're going to go ripping up and take the IB high. Jesus. We're past the 50. Ugh. I don't think there's I'm missing any news or anything here. I haven't even thought to look though for a while. Well, Rubio's talking, so that it's so funny how they immediately claim the higher ground. And I guess if they can get away with it, good, I guess. There's some people going to make billions of dollars building a pipeline through Abu Dhabi and Syria. Yeah, that's a biggie. Of course, bombing a pipeline never occurred to anybody. I don't think they got any more idea that this is a real thing than flight of the moon. Making all kind of, you know, crazy statements that going to deal directly with Lebanon, and what's Israel have to say about that? So are they going to make the, are they going to, maybe the Panama Canal ought to be toll free. I guess it's not an international waterway, not a natural waterway. Yeah, well, I don't see any news that's shaking stuff up. But here we go. Good call on that mean reversion. I hope you're on it. Man, this is getting old. We're sneaking back up on the 25% here now. Somebody's got some liquidity at 46s. It's after 11 already. What's going on with static? What is this? The closest that anybody comes to live trading that I know of besides here is with static. This is a post from Rod. There's a short, or there's a long stop. There's a long, real close to this. No, there's the long, and then here's his target up here. Nice trades, over 10 points, or almost 20. That's just, they at least do this, post screen snaps, but it doesn't have the instrument, it doesn't have the time frame, any of that usually, so. And Rod is using no, I think that's IRT. This is, I think they're all using Sierra charts now. I'm pretty sure this is Sierra chart. And Rod had one also. Maybe not. This is Harry's. I don't see any trades, just notes and stuff to himself. Okay. Boss, get up her sleeve here. Oh, there we go. Look at us go. Ooh, double top. Reversal. I don't. I'm going to stand by for my vetted trades, and I don't have anything. I guess in the meantime, I'll go grab some. My wife's bragging about some chicken here. I might have to have a little chicken breast and something else. I don't know what's out there. So we're going to play buy the dips now? Is that what we're going to do? Sell the rips, buy the dips? Well, that's kind of catchy. Yep, you're right. I don't have any value area high from the ETH there, but okay. I believe you. When I switch these over, it doesn't push that stuff. No, actually, that's wrong. It should be, no, not ETH. Yeah, when I switch my IRT to the RTH session rather than full, then I don't get the ETH values pushed across. In other words, The value area high, excuse me, on Bookmap is from the previous RTH session, not ETH. If I left it alone, and the reason I do that is Ned knows, guys, that use them, those values. I think I probably could actually. I have to reconfigure the V-pound variables in. I have to look at the session prices thing. I don't remember. I mean, these are the session prices that are pushed, but I think that when I switch it to RTH session only, then these session prices don't go there. But I will have to check the export data. That's where the problem would be. If it would continue to push both. The quickest way I can look at that is to jump over here to the TLab tab because it's always full session, and here's RTH, ETH, and yeah, so there's the ETH value area high and low, and I think it's probably up here too. I don't want this V-pound variable. Doesn't mean anything to anybody but me. So yeah, 4772, baby, is what I have here. And look at that. Boom, bitty boom, bitty boom, bitty boom, bitty boom. And here's the stream. Okay, I'm going to bed. Boom. I'll tell you. Pathetic. Pathetic. I'm sorry, I thought I was on mute. I'm busy but eating my tortilla and chicken breast. So is this where I lean on the statistics when we get above the IB 25 and front run the IB high? I mean, I think it's, you know, a coin flip. Yeah, there's a 70-something% probability we're going to take the IB high. There's a 0% probability of an inside day, according to the data. None of which is looking at the big sell-off that we had last night, I don't think. Here. It's just a template, and you can add in whatever one you want, but I have to put a place marker for all of those V-pound variables, I think. Well, there sure haven't been any big trades placed by me today. That's for damn sure. Then we go through 25. Are we heading for that IB? I swear to God, I don't know what to do. This still falls back on the front run idea. Which I don't think is a good idea. I almost hate to ask, is there any reason for this? I don't think this could be construed as a squeeze. What to think? I mean, I think I'll just stick to my guns, and if it breaks the IB high and gets the retrace, I'll trade it. With this front-running idea and all this nonsense so late in the day, there is also, if I'm not mistaken, with Edgeful, some of the reports you can set a timing. So in other words, it doesn't happen, you know, in the 8th hour of the day or something like that of the session. I suggested that as a filter for the reports, the typical reports, so I don't have to make all these crazy sessions, you know, for only the Globex 2 hours, for example. And if you could just set, okay, these statistics will only be looked at in 4 hours, you know, for 4 hours, even though the session, like, excuse me, like Asia goes from 8 o'clock at, you know, Central, or 7 o'clock, 1900 Central Standard Time till 4 in the morning. In order for me to filter that down to the period of time that I'm going to be conscious, I have to make a new session, and then I'm always curious how that fits with their data. Now, I'll kick it through to the top of the hour, and then I've got to break off and do the break stuff. Ooh, is it a double top? Ooh, is this a double top? Ooh, is this a double? You know, when it's a double bottom and it goes the right direction, it's clear as the nose on your face. But then, how about this one? Or this one? Or this one? Or it's a typical rearview mirror crap. Let me think about that. I think I already do export that. Yeah, ETHVPOC. Oh, no. Yeah, the way this one works is there is the value area high. I mean, the value area high and the developing value area. So maybe that he's using a different template or something. Oh yeah, that's right. That would come off the profiles. I could push it off a profile and just add it in. Sure. Sure, you bet. Why not? Oh, look here. Bar trade, breakout, retest. Oh, are we going to go up now? Is this a breakout and retest to the top side? So I go long, everybody get long, everybody dance. Trying to stay conscious here after that food. I'm going to stick to my guns, and if we break the IB high and we retrace, then that'll be the trigger. Otherwise, front run is not the trigger. We've, I suppose, had some great trades off the bottom and the top. That's cool. Good for you. I hope. Anybody that's in earshot here. I'm going to break off here and do my midday chores. I'm not going to mow the lawn. Well, it's still 28C. That is a pretty classic bar though, isn't it? Breakout, retest, breakout, retest. Which way is it going to go? That's always my question about that trade. Typically I think the method or the logic goes that it will proceed in the direction of context, but look at what our context has done today. Boom, boom, boom. What a giant blender. Okay. I'm going to see what the boss is up to, and I'll be base back through in a little bit. Let me just take a short check and see if any of these midday skullduggery is afoot. Sharif and Freshcon are having a talk live. That's pretty interesting. And yeah. I don't see Zuckerberg's going to try to get into prediction markets. That's always great. I don't see any craziness on the horizon here. I guess it's okie dokie. All right, have a good one. VPOC migration back up now for the full session. I give up. I'm going to go check my eyelids for leaks here and shower and stuff. Wow, and I still haven't caught an IB yet. That's amazing. Have we? Or am I crazy? No. Wow. Hmm. Well, man. I'm thinking they're going to drop it lower. Right back at the open. Look at that. All that trade today, and we're right back where we started. Mm. Mm. I keep wondering what they're looking for or waiting for. I'm guessing nothing. Mm. Well, that's about a disappointing day after a hell of a night. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe they got all that excitement out of their system overnight. Whoever they is. So much for the short, huh? I'm telling you, this is quite the interesting day. Quite the day. I wouldn't say interesting necessarily, but you know, it is what it is. The power hour, huh? I don't know really what the market is doing. That's the part that I find pretty strange here. Is it real light volume, I wonder? I'm sure somebody has an opinion of what's going on, but I'm not that guy. What am I doing? Wrong. Oh, good volume. You know, like, what is this? This is 10 points. This is 20 points. It's moving like the NQ. Oh, God, no. Trump's talking again. Oh, Trump's talking right now. That's got to be what it is. Caution. Very definitely caution. Okay, that explains it. That would explain it. I'm off of it now. Trump's speaking. well, that's god dang annoying. No IB. So we are contradicting 87% probability that we break out of the high, and more importantly, wait for it. Well, this says no initial break is now 1.54% because we picked on 5 years. If we take it down here to 6 months or a year, it's 0. So this will be the first time that, and let me rephrase this, that this is, oh, wait a second, New York, wrong zone, hold on. Yeah, okay. All right, in 6 months, been 0 occurrences when we have not had a in the cash market. Now, the full market, $8 a.m. Wait a minute, wrong one. 8 a.m. Where am I? 9:30 to 4. That's the same as 3. That's the same as the cash market up here. Remember, we have the extra hour, and oftentimes they have taken that, but I don't see, we don't have a full day over here. That's pretty interesting. I got to make one that's a full day, which is the 8:30 a.m. to 4. Let's do that. Whoa, wait a minute, I didn't want to do that. What was that? Well, I didn't want to do that at all. RTH session, and that is from 0830. 830 to 1600. Okay, Chicago time, that's correct. No, not 1600. We want to go to 1600 down there. That'll give us the extra hour. Let's see if that changes the stats at all. No, still no. But what I was going to say was I've seen recently at least 1 or 2 occasions where we have closed the cash market inside, and then they've come down and taken the IB out in the curb trade, or that market between 15 and 1600, but that's not the case over here. So we'll stick with the cash market. if this thing recalculates. Let's do something here. I don't know how this recalculates exactly. Same story. Okay, I just wanted to make sure it was refreshing the data. So, you know, we are breaking a very rare occasion today by not taking, it isn't over yet. Obviously, we've got another 40 minutes, 45 minutes before 3 o'clock, so they could come down and take it out. But at this, so far, we're looking at a break. Do I want to bet on that? No. Even though it's a pretty high probability, 65% that we're going to break one of them, and we're down here at the low, which would be the suspect. I don't think it's a smart bet on the come. And especially when our rejection with all the things involved is 100%, we're going to break the high. Remember that POTUS is speaking too, so that's anything goes right now. And at 3, I'm going to close her down as usual, and then come back up at 1700 with the orb. Globex in Asia, see what that does. Still don't have the overnight. Yeah, we do have the overnight low. Right at the open. Well, this is quite the day. exactly. Look at London. They didn't do anything. Asia had the big sell-off. London did nothing. Nothing. Unless you want to call this little bit of overlap something, but I mean, whew. And here we are still in a 76-point range, huh? But we're still inside. Not that it's 76 points. That's a lot of trading. And here we go. Look at this. Getting ready to go short, thinking about a short over here for that IB low, and this is what they do. And and POTUS is talking. You can't get around that open. That doesn't seem like. Well, bottom of the hour, we'll do the market recap as usual. Then we have the market on close imbalance at 1450. And the cash close at 1500, and that's when I wind this stream down, the local risk neutral trading RTH stream. The Globex, which is more of a homework study experiment, it starts at 1700. The idea there is to, because I have a commitment to never take a trade off of the stream, and I want to investigate if the opening range for Globex and Asia, opening ranges for Globex and Asia are interesting or have any trade opportunities. I'm streaming that so that if they do, I can take a trade. Let's see, go to the bank. Well. I hope anyone in the sound of my voice has had a great trading day. And I wish you would drop into the stream and point out to me what I'm doing wrong here. I'm sticking to my guns as far as the only taking vetted trades, and the trades that I have on my plan for today are the initial balance trades. Well, neither of those have happened, but that doesn't reduce the frustration of standing here needing to be trading and being, needing successful trades and not taking them. And that's happens far too often, which I believe is a paralysis by analysis. Why is this going on? That's not the case today. However, yes, it is not the case today because my plan is for the initial balance trades. Well, there are no initial balance trades. What that says or highlights is the definite need that I have to immediately vet some new setups. And ideally not dependent on specific levels like the initial balance, because once those are set, that's where they are. Now, trades based on VWAP, trades based on the VPOC migration, trades based on something else, that is moving and changing through the day, that's going to open up a lot more opportunities, and that's what I have to figure out or determine, I think. And here we are at the bottom of the hour. So, Jesus, I believe it's nearly 7 hours of this, but it is. So here's our VPOC migration for the full session, lower again. Remember that 9288 right here, 9651. We got 75 over here. So in order to we got to get 2,000 or 1,500 more contracts traded down here to get the VPOC migration lower for the RTH session. See how that works? It's just math, like everything else. Simple, right? Keep it simple, stupid. Keep it simple, cowboy. That's one. Maybe I ought to change my name from Boomer to Keep It Simple Cowboy. All right, so here we are. There is the session. This is Blue Boy. You can barely see him there behind that big dump. We push down for our low, the IB low. There's the open. Straight up, IB high, and all day long it's been retail soup. Now, typically I talk about retail soup with real tight rotations, but this is, if you're good at mean reversion trading, outside in, these are great, because they're, what are they? 36 to 75. So these are at minimum 30-point rotations. That's substantial. And we're gonna just wind it out as we are. IRT, Investor RT. In case you're new to the zoo here, this is in the header of all these IRT charts, you'll see the instrument, the chart type, periodicity, and the session. This is the micro column, and this is the mini column. ES, NQ, micro composite. Same story over here. Now, you notice that this chart never changes. This is the market profile, and I leave it on the minis always because I don't see a need to change that. I don't use it for anything other than reference. And I do change it between the RTH session and the Globex. So it would change between wherever we are. There we are. There's the RTH, so it's on the full set of the RTH session now, 1830 to 1600. This is the micro composite chart for the micro ES. These are again ES daily chart, day session, RTH. So in other words, each one of these is one RTH trading session. The cash session. Well, this is RTH session complete. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite. That's what the general thinking is. Over here, there is these high and low volume nodes are represented by the red and green lines, which are the values of these high and low volume nodes are pushed to bookmap. It generates a micro composite VPOC. You'll notice that down here we gapped up, we gapped down, never got close. So this is the end of this micro composite. This will not be included. We'll see what we do tomorrow. If it overlaps here, then this starts the new one, just exactly like right here. Here was, whatever day that was the 15th. We gapped way up. And so that started a new one, a new micro composite. The session price is also pushed directly to bookmap. What are we doing for volume? 105% volume average against the average for the last 20 sessions at this time of day. And this is the ATR, which is elevated for this time of day, for a 1 minute candlestick, 1 minute bar. These are where I do the forward and back testing for my strategies. And this is what I've got to get a faster track on this plan over here. This is the problem. I'm a big part of the problem, but you know, I had to code. This is the code for the initial balance. This is the code for the initial balance trades, long and short. Continuation, pullback from either IV side. This is the first one I was able to get coded up properly, and which I can back test and or forward test. And that's what I do here on these charts. And the forward testing is done in the simulated environment of IRT or any of these strategies that are being developed. Same way here. Now, in Bookmap, I trade live, real time, right there. There will never be a recording. There will never be a video. Since I only trade statistically verified setups that I have determined to have a positive edge or expectancy, it changes the dynamic of trading. It's not like I'm gonna get short here. Well, no. If I'm going to trade in IB, I'm gonna anticipate, narrate as the IB approaches, as we take it, and then we take the trigger. When we take the trigger, I enter the trade, and then I manage the trade. That's simple. No trigger, no trade. There you go. But you can always count on complete transparency, full accountability, and only live trading. It's not a video game or gambling or, hey, Anton. Yeah, I thought we were going to take a rundown here. I'm just doing the market recap here. I thought we were going to take a run down here. Caution, POTUS is speaking, so that might have something to do with the dynamic. And zoom, the minute he started talking, 30 handles, bam, or whatever this is. 29, 25 handles to 52. 20 handles. And then this, and still no IB. Still well inside of the IB. And that, I was just doing, finishing up on how I always trade live and why if there's no trades, there's no trades. But that doesn't detract from the point that it's boring as shit for you and me and everybody else. But I was pointing out earlier, before I started the recap, that this is, oops, wrong one. This is going to be the first occurrence in 6 months. Well, we can probably actually do better than that. I made an extra session to see if, because I've noticed once or twice where the cash session closes at 1500, right? But we will come down and take out the IB in that session between 1500 and the actual RTH market close at 1600. So I quickly put this session together for 830 to 1600. And then still no, on Tuesday, still no IB in no break or inside day. And if you push this out to a year, 2 years, let's look. 2 years, no internal break. Where I finally got an internal break was 1% at 5 years. So, not exactly your typical day. 1.4%. Yeah, I've been leaning, I never used this except for when I post the TLab, but it is kind of handy. But yeah, there you go. Here is the initial bound. I mean, here's yesterday. Here's the ETH. There's the big sell-off. Right here is where there was Globex. Here was Asia, and I signed off right there. And oh, well, okay, they're going to do like they did the day before, which was this. And then I signed off, went to bed, and of course, this happened. Now, here's our value area low. And there's the value area high. And there we are, and we tested almost down to the value area low, but not quite. The POC, yes, we did test right there. So I might use this more often. I don't think I even have it. Oh yeah, I do. Look at there. And shut off. But yeah, what to say, I don't know. I'm not gonna, I wouldn't do anything. There for a while I was kind of excited that, well, we were going to come down here and test this out, especially looking at Edgeful and thinking, Jesus, you know, we haven't had a situation like this in 3 years. This is the first time in this time period on Tuesday. Now, something I didn't think about until right now. Let's get back to 3 years. I think there was nothing in 3 years. Oops, that's 2. That's, oh, my other 3. There we go. Oh, we did break once. Single break, we broke 3 times recently. And I don't think I had the right screen up, but here's there's the Value rate high, low, high, and the POC, you're right. And we did test it right there. Are we going to drop down here in the next 40, 50, in the next 45 minutes? I don't know. Let's, tomorrow now is not so much for a news day. Thursday is going to be a big one. Thursday, come on, get away from me here. What are you doing? Well, that's pretty unhandy. Why is this stupid thing in the way? Well, I'll show you who's boss. We'll go like that. Here's the reports for tomorrow. Now, we do have one home sales. It's a 3-star. And a very quiet day, but Thursday is the big one. Because we've got PCE, durable goods, initial jobless, GDP, or PCE. So this will be the bigger of the report days as far as I'm concerned. And we've got all the Michigan numbers coming out, and a couple of Fed speakers, but the Michigan numbers coming out on Friday. So, but tomorrow, building permits, home sales, that is a pretty big number, and that's at 9 o'clock. So there we go. Is Einstein still? Oh, look at here. Senate votes to halt the Iran war unless Trump gets approval from the Senate. Well, that ought to piss him off. Wow. When did they decide to grow a backbone? Or they know that the House won't pass it, so they're going to do that? Yes. Here he is speaking in somewhere, and he's still going. So what I look for here is Trump finishes or ended remarks or something here. So that's going to probably go well into the close, I'm guessing. I'll look at pushing those different values, and I'm going to also, I think, push these statistics across here for the initial balance. For the Globex stuff, I have them here for the orbs. I have them obviously I have them for the initial balance, but I was keen to do something today. I don't know. I have to come up with a strategy, and maybe we can put our heads together, and you've got a good suggestion. I have to have more than a vetted trades around. For example, the vetted trades I have now are the IBs, right? Well, I have to do something that's not, once that's set, and that's set, what the hell else is there? The view apps, for example, the POC, for example, I'm just, what I'm just looking at on the chart here is jumping out at me. Something that presents opportunities and setups through the day. Like right now, in reality, I can, as much as I want to, and as much as FOMO and Monkey Boy is bouncing around the room here, I haven't had a setup. I haven't had a trigger. Bob's your uncle. No trades. Well, but the son of a buck's been going, 30, 40 handles back and forth. So these mean reversion trades were great. I'm hoping you got a lot of this stuff. I suppose you probably did. But I have to figure something out here, whether it's based on, whenever we come past something, low volume node aligns with the, Venus, or the dog barks twice or something. I'm open to anything. I'm going to start looking at those trade the moon cycles deal. I've always heard jokes about that, but I think somebody actually tried that. Yeah, obviously the statistics, the data says that the 100% probability, or 83% with the ending zone, that it's the IB high. But we're trading down here on the 75 or the 25% level above the IB low. So that kind of says to me, okay, maybe we're going to take the IB low. But even that, I'm not going to front run that because it's against the data. The reason I would front run it is the fact that we have not had an inside day on a Tuesday for 3 years, or 2.5, or whatever that data said over there. So that's worth leaning on almost, that you're going to take this statistic. I mean, I could understand the rationale there. But in reality, the trade is you take the statistic, you have the retrace, and then that's your entry. So no way there's been and nor has there been any kind of a signal on my other IB, my older IB setups, which have, are proven, because there's been no IB. So yeah, it's just magic. And there's the market on close imbalance. Let's see what the hell that's all about. Well, let's see. Oh, buy side, everybody's excited. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Well, the market's going up. Everything's great. The economy's wonderful. Kevin Warsh isn't really printing money, even though he is. The presses are on. So we've got, oh, there you are. 2,374,000,000 buy side. S&P 500. 981 million buy side NAS, 74 million buy side the Dow, and 470 buy side Mag 7. Great, wonderful. How we can have multiple billion sell side imbalance yesterday and buy side imbalance today still boggles my mind, because that, to me, that suggests that someone who's trading that kind of size, which I assume is only somebody trading somebody's pension account or, whatever, is day trading. How are they flipping? Who's flipping billions of contracts every day? Who's doing that? I don't think it's you and me, or all the you and me's in the world. Maybe. But and this is not, remember, this is not the total. This is the imbalance. However big the total is, 2,374,000,000 more buy-side orders are in the queue than sell-side. Just boggles my mind, frankly. Did I do, I don't know. Well, here you go. This was the 18th. Now, okay, not current enough. 9,873,000,000. I mean, God. Yeah, Anyway. So they're going to close this one out. My guess is, unless something happens and they have a closing swing trade right into the cash close and get the IB, they're going to close it out inside. And then we'll be moving on to the... and I have to rack my brain here during the Globex stream tonight as to how I can get some kind of a structured trade that I can vet fairly quickly around the, I don't know, VWAP. Maybe your idea about the VWAP, there's been quite a bit of discussion in around the VWAPs, also in Edgeful, and they've added VWAPs reports and a VWAP in the indicators for TradingView. Maybe something around that where I can get some sort of a trade that I can vet and do the analysis on. That happens through the day, not You know, the freaking got to wait the first hour for the IB, and then you got to wait until the IB sets. So that's a pretty finite. Granted, there are 2 opportunities every day, but still. That was my thinking for looking at the opening range trades on the Globex and the Asia, is that gives you 3 opportunities in the trading day. And relatively, you know, yeah, it's a lot of hours, but I've always worked a lot of hours, so that's not. Yeah, no kidding. Imagine that. You know, and we suppose they're hunting our stops. You know, my little 5 lot over here. Well, they're hunting my 5 lot. God damn. You know, wow. 9 billion contracts. Imbalance. Meaning there's a lot more than 9 billion orders. That's the imbalance. At $12.50 a tick. Think about that. I'm telling you, there's a whole iceberg here, you know, and we are up there on the little top of it with the penguins and the flag, and there's this big thing going down into the water further than we can imagine. I really believe that. And I don't think that's a conspiracy. I think that's an indication of it. Bonds. Have you ever traded bonds? I really have not, but they say, and I believe, that is the true 500-pound gorilla. That is the real market. That when the bond market said, no, Donnie John, we're not going to do that. Boom, he cancels all the tariffs, you know. And I believe that that's the case. I think it also moves real slowly. When I was in Asia, when I was in Malaysia, I tried to get on with a prop shop in Singapore, and their focus was to trade the LIBOR. And that LIBOR rate is like you got to drive stakes to see that thing move a tick. But of course, it's like everything. It was based on volume. I didn't get the job because I just didn't have the experience they were looking for, and it was hard to get work permits there in Singapore at the time. So I wish I could have, but I didn't. Yeah. So anyway, onward and upward here, I guess. We're going to close this mess out in 2.5 minutes, and I use the term mess intentionally because that's what it is as far as I'm concerned. Look at that. Here's the open. A minute ago, we were just down here on the open. So this entire falderall all day long was exactly a big cul-de-sac, a big nowhere. And they could just put a closing swing trade on it here in the next 30 seconds and go down and take out the IB low. Wouldn't surprise me in the least. But at the moment, that doesn't look like the plan. They did finally migrate to POC though, which I was just talking about before you got back. We needed about 2,400 contracts because it was up here a minute ago at 74s, and they got it down here now. So they did get it to migrate lower in this last few minutes. But, you know, look at what we've done all day. Up, down, right back where it was before. Something I was looking at a minute ago too. Try to see some sense of it. London, New York. I don't see any levels that jump out and go, oh, look there, right at the, right at that, whatever. Like the other day when the IBs all lined up. No conspiracies I can put together with this thing. Whoops, I don't want to do that. I want to do this right here. Whoop. So another day, another, 45 seconds, and I'm going to wind this one up to get ready for the Tam and I are skedaddling over to the bank here to get our savings account going, and then back for the 1700 for the Globex. orb trade, and then followed by the Tokyo or the Asian orb trade live stream. Thanks for coming by. Remember that you are the most important piece of equipment you've got in your trading office. And here they are. Look at them going. They're trying to get down there to take that out. Sure as the world. Closing swing trade. There is the close. It's 700. So what I was going to say was, we spend all kind of money and time on our. Here, I'm going to get away from that. Back to the market. Here, look at this. We spend all kind of time and money on, indicators and monitors and connection and whatever. But it is your eyes take all that data in, your brain processes the data, and you use that information to make financial decisions for your family and you. You need to be sure that the top priority is your life and you and your health. Be well rested, be well educated, be well hydrated. Educated would help. Maybe that's my problem. And stay healthy, do exercises. I've got some dumbbells in here. I've got a big enough office I can step back and do squats, and I got a chin-up bar in the door. Every time I walk in and out, I try to do, around 10 chin-ups, pull-ups, just to try to do something to keep the blood pumping. And if you don't believe that you're the most critical tool in your shed or your trading desk, do this for me tomorrow. Get all set up, get everything ready, get your coffee, get all pumping, get the screens all set up, get your mouse ready, get your keyboard set up. 8:30 the market opens, close your eyes. Tell me how well the trade goes for 5 minutes. And with that bit of boomerism, I will say, have a great rest of your day, rest of the session. Remember, there's still another hour to go here on the session, on the actual RTH session. The cash is just closed, but the RTH session's still going, and we're right back down to the open again. And I would not be at all surprised to see him come down and tag out the initial balance low. I won't trade that. It's not one of my setups, but there you go. And in about 2 hours, I'll be up and streaming on the for the Globex orb trade or opening range breakout. We'll see how that works. Well, have a great evening. It's been real nice talking to you. Thanks for the camaraderie and the feedback, Anton. Have a great evening with your family and your boys and your girls and your kids. And the cats are happy because Daddy got them some food, so everything's good.